I would like to welcome each and every one of you. Please let's rise for our silent moment, silent prayer moment.
شكرا، تفضلوا بالجلوس. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God, the merciful, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, dear colleagues, I would like to welcome you all once more, and I wish us fruitful deliberations and success in the accomplishment of our missions. This is a special day for us. That is the first session of the 7th legislature, and this is the last day of our deliberations. During this session, we broached various themes and issues concerning the Parliament actions. So thank you so much for participating in the various debates in an effective manner geared towards creating a collective vision to successfully accomplish the activities of the Parliament, and most especially create and second the various opinions which were raised concerning human rights aspects and the strengthening of the African bloc. Also, we try to give the opportunity to African people to be able to speak by the same voice and discuss in order to ensure solidarity and ensure that this should be the backbone of our parliament's activities and among us Africans. We hope that we shall maybe accomplish our missions in a better manner for future deliberations. Yesterday, we received proposals regarding certain important issues and pursuant to the rules of procedures of this parliament. I propose that we hold a plenary sitting for an hour in order to discuss together and complete the agenda and review these proposals. Some were adjourned, and we are going to discuss them during the next sitting or session. So I would like to seize this opportunity and share with my colleagues, members of the Pan-African Parliament, the following. When I stand here on the Pan-African Parliament rostrum, the aim here is to promote collective actions and to watch the actions or activities of permanent committees and caucuses, especially Youth and Women Caucus, as well as review the questions which are going to help us overcome certain challenges that we are facing, thereby making this session and mandate a full success and concretizing our actions. When I am not here at the chamber, know that I am working in my office. know that this parliament's leadership is something which is common to all of us. I wanted to put an end to every negative action against our agenda. If, for example, we had to begin at 9, we are supposed to start our deliberations at 9. We shouldn't begin with delays or come up with questions that we had already mentioned in the past. Also, we shouldn't mention ideas that might have an impact on people's dignity, or maybe do some comparisons on who is rightfully here or not. Even if we do not agree with certain aspects, which is actually normal, it's important to know that the Pan African Parliament is a place for responsible debates. So, permit me to highly hail our colleagues, both women and men, especially those from Youth and Women Caucus. I insist on hailing the Women Caucus who advocated for the woman's position or place in the African group, and this was seconded by our colleagues in a daring move and one which seemed very committing. I would like to hail such actions. I am equally delighted because we consider collective actions. And regarding our debates on ending bad practices and ending anything that tarnishes the image of our parliament, as president of this parliament, I am glad that in Algeria we have a lady as Speaker of the National Assembly. She was elected and sworn in at the helm of the lower house of the Parliament of Algeria, Dr. Boufakida, who is a doctor, militant, and a political leader. The president of the parliament today in Algeria is a lady, and this is just one of the many good things that have happened to Algeria. So I would like to commend the Algerian woman, the African woman, for such strides, and we hope that we shall record more strides in the future. During our discussions and concerning our future moves, we shall ensure that we shall organize a high-level conference on African women in Parliament, especially those who are here in the chamber with us. And this will be the first conference through which the African woman is going to share her ambitions. And this will be the very first conference. And we are going to equally talk about their assets, their strides, and many other important things. So we can take pride in the fact that the Algerian woman is supporting men who are grappling with some challenges, such as developing our continent and maybe promote communication moves within the framework of the 2063 agenda of the African Union. Once more, on behalf of the members of the Pan-African Parliament, we would like to hail or pay tribute to each African woman who is working towards a better future for our children, our continent, a future whereby the human being is being given pride of place, a future which considers or takes into account our priorities. The role of the parliament is to enable such moves and to frame our various debates on these topic rather. Our aim is equally geared towards coming up with mechanisms that consider the needs of Africans. And here we are referring to high-level positions, maybe at the AU conferences or any other international conferences which are being organized. In any case, this is the duty of the Pan-African Parliament. Without further ado, I urge the clerk to read out today's agenda. Honorable Mr. Clerk, please, you have the floor.
The first order of business is of quorum.
السيدة الأمينة العامة المحترمة، هل النصاب؟
The clerk, Madam Clerk, please, has the quorum been reached?
Members present are 94, and the required quorum is 108. The quorum has not been established.
مرة أخرى زميلتي زملائي، أنا كرجل قانون
As legal experts or a lawyer, and considering the various systems that exist in different bodies, the quorum should be linked to the opening of the sitting. If we do not have the required quorum when opening the sitting, then we are not going to hold any sitting. So from the opening till the closing of the session, there needs to be a rotation with members of the parliament who are present. This is a personal commitment, and it's unacceptable that we request our colleagues to be always present during deliberations when they are facing certain challenges, especially those related to their journeys. I know there are some countries that request some MPs to cover their traveling expenses somehow. This is a challenge because I know our sessions last about 15 days. So I would like to call on the Committee of Rules and Procedures to maybe rectify the situation. The quorum is supposed to be met when we open sessions, after which we shall have a rotation and work with the permanent members. Then we are going to enforce the system we shall adopt. The quorum is usually to be considered during the first meeting. On the agenda, if let's say a certain committee gathers to hold just one meeting, the quorum of this meeting should be considered. If this is an open meeting, then from the first meeting, we will need to consider the quorum of this meeting, that is this committee's meeting. Even if we have absolute majority or not, these are laws that should be respected when it comes to decision making. Especially at international level meetings sphere. So we need to address this issue so that we can in turn hold our deliberations in a safe manner and without leaving resolutions and recommendations on Pan-African Parliament's prerogative maybe be subject to certain contradictions. Secondly, before addressing other items on the agenda, there are presentations that were forwarded to us by members of the Pan-African Parliament pursuant to Article 60 of the Rules of Procedures or Statutes of the Pan-African Parliament. We had motions that will help to confer the institutional, let's say, character of our parliament. So there are equally motions and other presentations which will be made by Honorable Dava of Cote d'Ivoire, which was seconded by Honorable Anita Adams from Malawi. There is equally another motion concerning presidency rotation, which was proposed by Honorable from Zimbabwe. This was seconded by His Excellency Honorable Tabiso Lebisi from Lesotho. I think we will not be able to second these motions during this session. I request that pursuant to the rules of procedures, we include these motions and we refer it to the next agendas, that is the agendas of the next meetings. For purposes of equity and justice, we will have to align with the rules of the parliament and to act with a lot of commitments regarding the legal aspects of our procedures. So the clerk or the secretariat is going to take good note of this, and so we shall debate them during the next session pursuant to Article 55 and on the issue of the quorum. We cannot sideline this question. I'm wondering if we shall have other motions. If not, then we shall present the various motions which were made yesterday. And which are going to be debated tomorrow. So, dear colleagues, do you have any remarks before we talk about the quorum aspect? Are there any remarks regarding the quorum, or do you want us to go straight to today's agenda?
تفضل.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to take the floor. I would like to second the motion, this motion, and what you said regarding the adoption of the recommendations and the results of this session. Rather, the aim here is to carry out our activities, especially when it comes to the presentation or the adoption of model laws. So I prefer that we adopt these motions. If there are no elections which request that the quorum be confirmed, I feel it's okay to present these motions and second them. Thank you.
ما دمنا التزمنا بتسجيل ومناقشة الاقتراح نمضي في البند الأول.
As long as these motions were registered, I think we should begin with the first point or item. So, Madam Chair, kindly present the first item on today's agenda.
السيد الرئيس المحترم سيدي.
Monsieur le Président, merci de me passer la parole. On est allé un peu plus loin.
Mr. President, I feel like we've gone kind of far. Maybe we had to present today's agenda and mention the issues we had to debate for the next session and those for this for today. So maybe we need to clarify to bring clarity on what we are going to debate today and what we are going to debate next time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Madam Secretary General, Madam Clerk rather, can you please explain to us the various topics we are going to postpone and those we are going to brush today?
While you gave the number of the people who are present as a
Thank you for bringing clarity on the quorum. Maybe the clerk, given that some people just came in, maybe we can re-verify the quorum because some members just entered the hall. Madam Clerk, please, you have the floor.
Honorable President, head count will be conducted of the members present. Honorable President, the order.
Mr. President, as
And debate of motions submitted in terms of Rule 60 of the Rules of Procedure of the Pan-African Parliament. There are two motions. Motion on the escalating Afrophobic attacks against African compatriots in the Republic of South Africa. The mover is Honorable Lazare Yayo of Cote d'Ivoire, and seconded by Honorable Massamba Dieng of Senegal. The second motion is a motion urging the Republic of South Africa to strengthen measures to prevent and eliminate xenophobic violence against African nationals residing within its territory. The mover is Honorable Senator Danson Mgatana of Kenya, and seconded by Honorable Joseph Kalasinga Majimbo of Kenya. The second order of business for today is presentation and debates on the African Union AU theme for 2026, assuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063. The presenters are Honorable Suleiman Sao, the chairperson of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment, and His Excellency Moses Vilagati, the AUC Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment, presented virtually. The third order of business is presentation and debate on the report on the project for the development of a model law on critical minerals in Africa and a model law on African food policy. The presenter is Honorable Suleiman Saho, chairperson of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment. The fourth order of the day is presentation and debate on the report on the capacity building of Pan-African parliamentarians, on the ratification and state of reporting, on the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, ACDEC. The presenter is Honorable Sinia Ahmed, Rapporteur of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights. The fifth order of business is presentation and adoption of the final resolutions and recommendations of the first ordinary session of the 7th Parliament. And the presenter is Ms. Lindiwe Kumalo, the clerk of the Pan-African Parliament. The sixth order is the official closing of the first ordinary session of the 7th Parliament, with a closing statement from His Excellency Dr. Fateh Boutbik, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, which will end with the adjournment of the House. Honorable President, the motions that have been received by my office with regard to Rule 60 are the following. 1, motion on the implementation of intra-regional rotation within the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament. And 2, motion on the mandatory application of Rule 15.1 of the Rules of Procedure and the legal consequences of non-compliant nominations for the election of vice presidents. The third motion is a motion on the implementation. Okay, this is the second one of the same nature. A motion on the mandatory application. Okay. It's repeated severally by different movers. Motion on the strengthening of oversight, accountability, and reporting of the African Union Commission to the permanent committees of the Pan-African Parliament. The motion concerns urging the institutionalization of reporting and accountability of African Union commissioners to the permanent committees of the Pan-African Parliament. The next is motion on the adoption of a minimum allocation of 7% of national development budgets for water infrastructure and sustainable water resources management in Africa. The last one is motion pour l'institutionnalisation de la célébration annuelle de la Journée panafricaine de la femme au Parlement. These are the motions that are recommended for tabling in the next session. Thank you.
شكرا.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for the presentation of the order of today. And I would like to suggest to honorable members that we go forward with the debating and the presentation of the order paper of the day, and the process of verification of the quorum will remain until we adopt any decisions or recommendations, so we can adhere to the time and to adhere to what we have decided yesterday, and to give an opportunity also for the presenters for the presentations and the debate. The voting will be done after we verify the quorum. If you don't have any objections, so we can move forward with the presentation or with the debating on the order paper of the day.
President. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think let's confirm the quorum first before we move. In an event that we don't have the quorum, then that decision can come. Right now, let's give the chance to the clerk to confirm the quorum now, then we proceed. Before we proceed, if the quorum is confirmed, then we can proceed.
الآن على مستوى القاعة.
Now, in the chamber, we have 100 honorable member, and the quorum is 108. If there is no other suggestion, I think we can, or I suggest that we present the reports and we move forward with the agenda until we receive more members. I can see that more members are entering the chamber. So we can move forward with presenting the reports and debate, and the process of voting or the resolutions, we can wait until we verify the quorum for that process. Is that okay? We move forward now to present the first item, and I would like to request from Madam Clerk to present the first item concerning the agenda for the day.
Honorable President, the first order is the following. Motion on the escalating Afrophobic attacks against African compatriots in the Republic of South Africa, and motion urging the Republic of South Africa to strengthen measures to prevent and eliminate xenophobic violence against African nationals residing in their territory.
شكرا.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I will repeat again the motion regarding or on the escalating Afrophobic attacks against African compatriots in the Republic of South Africa, and the motion urging the Republic of South Africa to strengthen measures to prevent and eliminate xenophobic violence against African nationals residing within its territory. And to remind you, this motion was submitted according to the Articles 60 and 61 of the Rules of Procedure of the Pan-African Parliament, and according to the Article 66 of the same Rules of Procedure, I now invite the movers of the motion to present their motions and and the debate should not exceed 1 hour exactly, so we can. And this is 1 hour. It is according to the rules of procedures. The two motions in the same matter. The first motion on the escalating Afrophobic attacks against African compatriots in the Republic of South Africa. And I now invite Honorable Lazar Yao Yao to present the motion, and he may come to the podium. And also this motion is seconded by Honorable Masamba Dieng. And after the presentation, we will also request him to come. Honorable, please, you can proceed to the podium. Honorable Lazar Yao Yao, a member of the parliament, and he is the chairperson of the Western Caucus.
Bonjour, chers collègues. Good morning, dear colleagues. Before taking the floor, I would like to highlight as a presidency, if we have two similar motions and everyone is going to table their motions. So with that said, for you not to get lost in your documents, there's a compilation of the two motions. That's what is going to be debated. Mr. President, from the onset, on behalf of the members of the Regional Caucus of West Africa for the Pan-African Parliament, we would like to express our profound gratitude for actually including in the agenda of the day the issue related to the fight against Afrophobia and the promotion of the African unity. By this decision, you reassert the commitment of the Pan-African Parliament to offer a platform to questions related to the dignity, security, solidarity between African people. You contribute to strengthen the role of our institution as a custodian of ideals of the African Union and integration of the continent. So I thank you sincerely for your leadership, your availability, and your attachment to the values of justice, peace, and African dignity. Mr. Chair, Mr. President, we, members of the Regional Caucus of West Africa, rise today with a profound sense of urgency and unwavering commitment to the ideas upon which our constitutional unity was founded to move this motion on the escalating Afrophobic attacks against our African compatriots in the Republic of South Africa. Guided by the aspirations of Agenda 2063 of the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the African Charter on Human Rights and People's Rights, the Pan-African Parliament was created to be the engine of the African Union. These instruments assert dignity, equality, solidarity, and the freedom of each African citizen, independent from its nationality, from its ethnic belongings, from its language or zone of origin. It is of concern that events which took part recently in South Africa have witnessed a renewed violence directed against fellow Africans. There were indications that foreign nationals have been subject to physical assaults, killings, destructions, and looting of businesses, forced evictions, and widespread intimidation, compelling thousands to flee communities in which many had peacefully lived and worked for years. These developments represent not only attacks against individuals, but also an attack on the basis of Pan-Africanism and African solidarity. The recent facts show that anti-immigrant mobilization has resulted in widespread displacement and heightened insecurity amongst African compatriots. Honorable President, history reminds us that no African nations, history reminds us that all people and African nations and governments, through a collective solidarity, have contributed significantly to the liberation of South Africa. The African countries ushered in a diplomatic support, military training, financial assistance, sanctuary for exiles, and an advocacy for doing the fight against apartheid. Today, in fact, many African countries were along South Africans up till when they obtained freedom. So today, therefore, the persecution of fellow Africans within democratic South Africa presents a painful contradiction to the spirit of Ubuntu. This philosophy, African philosophy, which proclaims, I am because we are. The causes of Afrophobia are without any doubt complex. South Africa continues to be faced with a persistent unemployment, inequalities, poverty, and shortage of housing, and high rates of violent criminality. Nonetheless, however, no socioeconomic challenge can justify violence against the innocent persons whose only offense is seeking lawful employment, education, quality education, safety, or economic opportunities. Facts consistently show that migrants are frequently scapegoated for structural governance and the economic challenges, despite limited empirical support for claims that they are responsible for the employment crime.
Dans les pays où ils sont accueillis. Monsieur le Président,
Honorable President, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights has unequivocally condemned the Afrophobic attacks and reminded South Africa of its obligation to guarantee the protection of every individual within its jurisdiction without discrimination. This position reflects the collective conscience of our continent. The continued recurrence of Afrophobic violence also carries significant continental consequences. It undermines regional integration under the African Continental Free Trade Area, weakens labor mobility, discourages investment, threatens tourists, and has a negative impact on diplomatic relations between member states, and degrades the confidence in the Communion of Africa in favor of continental integration. Moreover, these attacks risk normalizing hatred against Africans by fellow Africans, thereby weakening decades of investment in Pan-African cooperation. If left unaddressed, they threaten the aspirations of Agenda 2063, particularly the vision of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa. Honorable President, this Parliament cannot remain silent while Africans become unsafe in another African country. Silence in moments of injustice becomes complicity. Our responsibility extends beyond expression of sympathy. It requires collective continental action. Accordingly, the West African Regional Caucus respectfully urge this Honorable House to resolve as follows. Firstly, strongly condemn all forms of Afrophobic violence, hate speech, intimidation, and discrimination directed against our African compatriots in South Africa. Secondly, call upon the government of the Republic of South Africa to intensify measures to protect all persons residing within its territories, regardless of their nationality, and ensure that perpetrators of Afrophobic violence are investigated, prosecuted, and punished in accordance with the law. Thirdly, urge the African Union Commission, working through the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and relevant organs, to establish an independent fact-finding and monitoring mechanism to assess the scale, causes, and humanitarian consequences of the recent attacks. Fourthly, recommend enhanced continental cooperation on migration, governance, labor mobility, border management, and intelligence sharing, while respecting the human rights and the dignity of migrants. Fifthly, to encourage member states to strengthen public education campaigns promoting Pan-African solidarity, peaceful coexistence, tolerance, and respect of diversity, while actively countering misinformation and narratives that scapegoat migrants. Call upon civil society organizations, religious institutions, traditional leaders, educational institutions, and the media to promote peaceful dialogue and reject inflammatory rhetoric capable of inciting hatred against foreign nationals. Requests the Pan-African Parliament's Committee on Justice and Human Rights to undertake periodic reviews and submit recommendations on measures to prevent future outbreaks across the continent. Number 8 point, request the Pan-African Parliament to conduct a fact-finding mission in the Republic of South Africa to gather information on the current Afrophobic attacks and formulate pertinent recommendations for discussions by the plenary. Honorable President, the issue before us transcends immigration policy. It concerns the moral identity of Africa. It concerns whether Africa shall continue to embrace one another as brothers and sisters, or permit fear, misinformation, and economic infrastructure, or allow fear, disinformation, and economic frustration to compromise the vision of United Africa. The fight against apartheid was never won by South Africans alone. It was won by the entire Africa. In the same vein, the fight against Afrophobia cannot be allowed to South Africa alone to fight. It should become the collective responsibility of Africa. This parliament should reassert that no African should live in fear due to his nationality, whereas they are living in South Africa. So we together reassert our commitment on the principle of human dignity, justice, fear, peace, and African unity. We, members of the regional West African caucus, present this report for scrutiny by this August Assembly. Thank you, Honorable President. Signed in mid-round on the 29th of July 2026.
Thank you, Honorable Lazar Yao for moving this motion, and I would like to call on Honorable Masimba to second this motion.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, honorable député.
Thank you very much, distinguished MP. Mr. President, I second the motion presented by the Honorable MP and President of the West African Caucus on xenophobia in West Africa. Mr. President, Honorable MPs, I am not going to come back to what has already been presented by the president of the West African Caucus. I want to recall something that is obvious. Africans should learn and own their own history of slavery via colonization. Our continent has undergone some issues that we have to draw lessons. Please just situate me.
Solidarity and not unity.
Yes, we have to strengthen our solidarity, our unity, and we should not encourage hatred between Africans. How can we accept that Africans should develop hatred towards their fellow Africans? A given situation is contrary to the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Agenda 2063 of the African Union. The governments have the right to define their national policies, notably in terms of migration, and countries have freely ratified through conventions and treaties which guide their commitments. Every state should respect the political choice of other countries. Nonetheless, no country should tolerate or accept that crimes, violences, or actions of discrimination should be perpetrated against people for whom the only crime is to move to another African country for the quest of economic opportunity, security, or a better life. I urge the Pan-African Parliament for it to strengthen its advocacy in favor of protection of the rights of African migrants, to encourage member states to fully apply the legal instruments of the African Union, notably the protocol on the free movement of people, and carry out sensitization campaigns in order to promote fraternity and integrity between African people. Africa can only achieve its unity development if every African feels at home everywhere on the continent. I thank you very much, Mr. President. Shukran.
Thank you, Honorable Masamba Ding, for endorsing the motion. And I now invite you to present the second motion. I would like to call on Honorable Senator Danson Mogatana to present the motion regarding the motion urging the Republic of South Africa to strengthen measures to prevent and eliminate xenophobic violence against African nationals residing within its territory. And since this motion has the same objective of the first motion, so it was merged in this discussion or in this debate. So I now call Honorable Senator to come to the podium to present the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the motion that is before the House has been drafted in a manner that is lengthy, and it would take, it's 5 pages. And so I wanted to move, with your permission, in a summarized format, but the handset to reflect that the typed motion is the correct version of what is to be captured, Your Excellency. That is what I wanted to do, because we have only 1 hour to debate, and it would be unfair for me to read 5 pages, and my colleagues have only a few minutes then. So I'll just read in I will move it in a very summarized version. So, Your Excellency, the President, I beg to move this motion, which is urging the Republic of South Africa to strengthen measures to prevent and eliminate xenophobic violence against African nationals residing within its territory. Whereas the Pan-African Parliament was established under Article 17 of the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the protocol to the treaty establishing African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament PAP protocol as the premier legislative and representative organ of the peoples of Africa. Whereas Article 11.1 of the PAP protocol empowers the PAP to examine, discuss, or express an opinion on any matter, either on its own initiative or the request of the Assembly or other policy organs, and make recommendations it may deem fit relating to inter alia matters pertaining to respect of the human rights, the consolidation of democratic institutions, and the culture of democracy, as well as the promotion of good governance and the rule of law, acknowledging the significant contributions made by migrant workers from across Africa to South Africa's economy, healthcare, education, commerce, entrepreneurship, innovation, academia, tourism, and cultural diversity. Deeply concerned by recurring incidences of xenophobic violence, intimidation, destruction of businesses, displacement, injury, and loss of lives affecting nationals of other African Union member states residing in South Africa, which undermine the ideals of African unity and damage the image of the continent. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Pan-African Parliament, inter alia, that the government of South Africa, to ensure that all perpetrators of xenophobic violence, incitement, hate speech, looting, destruction of property, and related criminal acts are investigated, prosecuted, and punished in accordance with the law without fear or favor. This Parliament calls for the strengthening of early warning and rapid response mechanisms involving national, provincial, and local authorities to identify and de-escalate tensions before any result in violence. So, Your Excellency, the President, I just wanted to say before I move that we as Africans, as already stated, we contributed to the realization of the dreams of the African people who are living in this country before their independence. Your Excellency, if you look at what xenophobia represents, xenos is a Greek word, Your Excellency, meaning foreigner. Phobos is another Greek word meaning fear. But xenophobia goes beyond fear. It goes to intimidation of people who are living in your area just because they are foreigners. Harassing people just because they are foreigners. Refusing to give them rent just because they are foreigners. Looting or destroying their property just because they are foreigners. In 2008, there was the first wave of xenophobic attack in South Africa. And statistics show us 62 people lost their lives, 670 were injured, 100,000 were displaced. In 2015, the second wave of xenophobic attack came again to South Africa. In that time, 7 lives were lost. In 2019, the third wave of xenophobic attack occurred. 12 people died. Mr. President, in 2026, this year, we know that so many people lost their lives and so many people were displaced. Kenya, for example, 422 people had to come back home, and that is by 9th of July 2026. Mr. President, these are not just statistics. These are fathers, these are mothers, these are students who are doing studies here. These are people who are doing businesses. They were married, they had lives here. These are not mere statistics. Mr. President, the founder of this nation, Mandela, said, "No one is born hating another person because of the color of his skin or his background or his religion." When you take two children, whether they are black or white, or they are black and black, or different tribes, and they're in kindergarten, they don't hate each other. They don't dislike each other, they play. And this is the spirit of Ubuntu that we want to be established. When we stand here, as I move this motion, Your Excellency, in conclusion, we are not here to condemn the government of South Africa. We appreciate the work they have done. We know that they have arrested many people who are involved in this. But Your Excellency, this motion is asking the government to do more. Is asking the government of South Africa, our host government, who have been very kind to us, to do more. And when I say to do more, we have the State Security Agency, which is the intelligence agency of South Africa. It is the equivalent of the National Intelligence Service of Kenya. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, they do domestic intelligence. They are able to identify threats. They are able to know who is a terrorist, who is involved in sabotage, who is involved in vigilantism. They have this information. They also do foreign intelligence, so they would know who is a bad person amongst the people of Africa who have come. So we want to ask South African government, and even our colleagues who are seated here in Pan-African, there is a minister in charge of state security. Maybe in your committees, you may want to call this minister to account because it's part of oversight. What is happening with other African nationals? You may want to call the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence in South Africa to ask them what is happening, because we want to create a country, a nation that accepts everybody like we accept everybody in our various countries. And therefore, Your Excellency, I want to move this motion that, Mr. President, that the government of South Africa to do more than what it is doing, to have proper early warning systems and to prevent death and destruction of property. I beg to move, and with your permission, Your Excellency, I call the seconder, or I leave the podium to allow you to call the seconder. I thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you very much.
شكرا.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Senator Danson Mongatana, for this presentation. And I now invite Honorable Joseph Kalasinga Majimbo to second the motion. Please come to the podium.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, as the able mover has just put it, this motion does not challenge the sovereignty and integrity of the Republic of South Africa, but just to kindly ask for the efforts it should show as a nation into what is going on. Mr. President, we cannot work hard to unite Africa, to embrace Ubuntu. And it takes a little energy, very little energy, to destroy all the efforts that have been done, Mr. President. Mr. President, these xenophobic violences are threatening the existence of diplomatic states in this country. Workers in different embassies in South Africa, Mr. President, cannot go to the mall. They cannot go to church. They cannot go to sports, Mr. President. So we are not challenging the sovereignty of South Africa, but we are kindly asking them to show efforts in the control of this vice. Mr. President, it's funny. It is getting worse to the point that this xenophobic violence is moving into boardrooms of companies. You identify yourself, which country you come from. Remember, Mr. President, that even in the state that we come from, Kenya and other areas, South Africans are doing business there. We don't want that to go back to other states of Africa to start showing the same. Africa would be torn apart. So this motion, Mr. President, brings to sense, it brings to facts that actually the control at this level will be the best. That's why, in short, Mr. President, we believe that the attack on the non-South Africans in South Africa is an attack on Africa. And that will not be accepted. And this House has a sole mandate. It has the sole responsibility to bring sense in this. Mr. President, I come from Nairobi, and when I saw old woman who doesn't know the Kenyan language at all, the only language she knows is the South African language because she was born here. She's starting to learn the Kenyan language in Nairobi. It's pathetic, Mr. President, and those are people we call citizens. And that's why in my country, I said I belong to a movement called Linda Mwananchi. Now I take it to protect them. Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to second. Thank you.
شكرا. Thank you, Honorable Majimbo from Kenya, for this support to this motion. Once again, I would like to welcome the former presidents of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Roger and Honorable Chief Charumbera, for assisting or attending this session. And I would like to remind my colleagues, members of the Pan-African Parliament, that this session is controlled, is time controlled according to the rules of procedure, that the session should only last 1 hour. So far, I have in front of me 36 requests for floor. Therefore, we have to limit every intervention within 2 minutes. So please, I beg that we respect the time from everyone who takes the floor, so we can be able to discuss all those motions in a spirit of cooperation and responsibility. Therefore, I'm obliged to deal with 36 requests of floor according to the by the order of which I received them, to be fair. I will start with the Honorable Yuba Bald from Senegal. نقطة نظام. Yes.
Les deux motions qui ont été présentées par nos collègues, mais de l'exposé des motifs, que ce soit de notre collègue de Côte d'Ivoire, motion de procédure.
Can you hear the interpreter? Can you hear the interpreter? Excellency, I would like to support the motions which were presented. However, I have an issue when it comes to procedure. Both documents which were read refer to a process which had to take place prior. Honorable Riao asked that this be postponed and the motion should be sent to the Committee on Rules for clarification, investigation, and information. The most recent speaker said South African authorities should be invited to provide more information. And I have a question. If we are discussing these motions, once we reconvene with the decision to invite authorities, what do we do with the fact-finding missions and the reports from the field? I'd like to remind colleagues here present that in 2017, during the African Union Summit with the European Union, we were faced with the same challenge. However, this was in another country. In Libya, the Pan-African Parliament decided to handle this case and mentioned a motion on human trafficking in Libya. This was taken to the Assembly of Heads of State. The recommendation we received was to get a fact-finding mission to the field, prepare a report, then present the motion before Parliament. So I'd like to be enlightened on how we'll proceed with this. Do we take the decisions? Do we send this to the Committee on Rules? Then they make a presentation, or do we start with the fact-finding mission, invite South African authorities? Once we have all the information, we can then, together with the motion, proceed with debates and discussions. But I'd like to remind that in 2019, South African officials were present to shed more light on the root of xenophobic attacks in the country. And we were invited to discuss this matter. I'd therefore like to ask you, Honorable Excellency, Mr. President, to know which approach we would adopt. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable former President, Honorable Roja. لدي نقطة ملاحظة.
Your Excellency, I think we are on track. The emotion has been, put forward and seconded. I think we need to debate now. At the end of the debate, then we can come to what he is saying. Either to exactly. So let's follow the procedure. The emotion is seconded. We now need to go into the debate. At the end of the day, we recommend either to invite them or either to set up a task force to go on a fact-finding mission. Thank you.
Are there any other observations? Two minutes. So now I give the floor to Honorable Yuba Baladi from Senegal. You have 2 minutes.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of Parliament, dear compatriots. I think xenophobic attacks have no place in the Africa we are trying to build. We cannot talk about African unity, about the free movement of persons and regional integration when Africans are attacked, tortured, humiliated, and killed just because they have made the decision to live in a neighboring country. The Republic of South Africa should be a brother, one of the pillars in the construction of our continent, and one of the stakeholders in achieving Agenda 2063. Mr. President, to this effect, we would like to firmly urge, and mention that this motion is not pointing fingers, but we are actually calling for action. This is an expression of our solidarity with the victims and the South African people who have also suffered from apartheid and discrimination. We are therefore calling on the South African Republic to enforce the application of the law and to take the authors to court. Through education, sensitization, and dialogue among communities, we can deconstruct prejudice. We also need to protect all foreigners in accordance with the South African Constitution and African Union legal instruments and texts.
You have 2 minutes. Honorable Fatamata Najaya from Gambia.
Point of order.
هناك نقطة.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and assalamu alaikum. Myself, I'm on number 3, Honorable Adams, and Fatumata Njai, together with Honorable Member from Zimbabwe, who is number 20, we have agreed that our 2 minutes each should be given to the chairperson of the Gender Committee, Gender, Family, Youth, and people with disabilities, so that she can speak on behalf of the women out there altogether. And we give solidarity to that. If that is allowed, Mr. President, thank you.
Number 20, Honorable Elizabeth Masako from Zimbabwe.
Honorable Masako from Zimbabwe.
معالي السيدة فاطمة. Do you support what has been said by Honorable Fatima?
Yes, we support.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do support. Also, Honorable Mamelo Poko from Lesotho would also give her 2 minutes to the Gender Committee. Thank you.
كذلك معالي as well Honorable Aisha Adamas from Malawi. Do you agree? Do you support that proposal?
Mamelo.
Yes, please.
I call on, according to this proposal, I call on Honorable Mariam Dao Gabala from Côte d'Ivoire in order to take the floor and do her presentation. Thank you.
Go.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I stand before you this morning and before this August Assembly on behalf of women, fathers, and families represented by this Assembly here within the Committee on Gender, Family, Youth, and People with Disabilities. Mr. President, we provide full support to the motions against xenophobic attacks against Africans living in South Africa and also the motion calling on the government of South Africa to take necessary measures to ensure the protection of Africans living in this country. Mr. President, as we take the floor, we would like to draw attention of this assembly to facts which are supported by statistics. Coming from a country which has witnessed crisis, I speak with assurance that in all crises and conflicts, women, children, and families bear the biggest brunt. Here in South Africa, as we convene on behalf of the African people, women have been abused, they have been terrorized, they have been wounded in their souls and their flesh, forced to flee. Mothers have lost their families, their trade activities, and investment opportunities. Access to education for children has been hampered. In a few hours, decades of work, lives of sacrifice have been brought down to ashes. This is a painful fact, Mr. President. Beyond belongings, their dignity, their safety, and their autonomy has been disturbed. We would not like African women to be injured on the African continent. We are fighting for Pan-Africanism, and this requires the solidarity of the people, not mutual fear. No individual nationalities can account for violence, humiliation, and hate towards another African. For this reason, Mr. President, as we rise, we are trying to express our solidarity with women and families who have suffered from such attacks and violence. As we stand, we are commending their boldness and ensuring them that they are not alone. We call on the government of the South African Republic, as well as all other states, to ensure the protection of women and migrant children, to ensure justice and reparation for victims, as well as taking all necessary measures to ensure that never again such issues would happen. I therefore invite all women members of this parliament to stand as a sign of solidarity for all the victims of xenophobic attacks and violence. Mr. President, as a woman, as a youth, and member of a family, I am almost coming to a close. Mr. President, as a woman, a youth, and a representative of an African family, so long as the latter are not safe across the continent, then we cannot reach the goal of a united Africa. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairwoman of the Committee on Gender. I would like to request again Honorable Esther Basari from Kenya to take the floor.
Mr. President, I rise to support both motions. They're complementary. One addresses Afrophobia and as a continental concern. The other proposes practical actions by South Africa and the Pan-African Parliament. Much has been said about our shared history and Ubuntu. I wish to focus on prevention. Xenophobic violence does not begin when the first shop is looted or the first person is attacked. It begins earlier with rumors, false accusations, inflammatory political language, and messages spread through digital platforms. Today, one isolated incident can be turned into an accusation against an entire nationality. Old images are recycled, false claims are amplified, and anger is organized online before violence appears in our streets. One response must therefore include digital early warning systems, rapid fact-finding, fact-checking, preservation of evidence, and accountability for those who deliberately incite hatred. We must also speak honestly about the pressures being exploited: rapid population growth, unplanned urbanization, youth unemployment, housing shortages, and limited public services. These pressures are real, but scarcity can never justify violence. The failures to plan cannot be blamed on the immigrants. The failures to create jobs cannot be transferred to refugees. Weak services cannot be answered by attacking African neighbors. South Africa is before us today, but Afrophobia is not confined to South Africa. Across our continent, foreigners are increasingly blamed for crime, unemployment, and economic hardship. I therefore support the proposed fact-finding and monitoring mechanisms, but they must have clear timelines and
Shukran. Thank you, Honorable Esther from Kenya. And let me now call upon Honorable Dr. Kitititi Gali Gobol Sua Ango from Botswana. You have the floor, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to yield my 2 minutes to a South African who is around. Meshavala. Yes, I will yield my 2 minutes to South Africans. Thank you.
On a point of order. On a point of order. I think you didn't read number 5.
Number 5 in my list is the chair of the Committee of Women. That is being given to the chair of Women Caucus, but it has been summarized, and therefore we are just stepping up to number 5.
Number 17. It's number 17 and number 20.
Yes.
And number
Elizabeth Masuku.
number 2,
Not
number
happy
3.
more.
Apologies, this is from a mistake from the management. Mr. Hapipo Shitiva from Zimbabwe, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President. I rise to support this motion, not merely as a parliamentarian, but as a brother who lost a sister. Tabeth Chidziva was killed in cold blood simply because she was a Zimbabwean. For me, xenophobia is therefore not a statistic. It has a face, a name, and a family left behind. How many more African families must bury their sons and daughters before we say enough is enough? Africa cannot continue to be divided by imaginary lines drawn in Berlin. Colonial borders may have created different nationalities, but they did not change the fact that we are one African people. Our passports are different, our blood is not. We must confront the difficult question when the legitimate frustration of unemployment, poverty, and public services are turned into hatred against fellow Africans. Who benefits from that division? Let us be clear. No political movement has the right to become judge, jury, and police officers in the streets. Economic hardship is not a license to murder. Criminals must be prosecuted as individuals. Immigration laws must be enforced laws, but no nationality must be collectively punished for the actions of individuals. We must also address unemployment and poverty so that migrants are not made scapegoats for failures of government. Honorable members, my sister will never come home. No resolution can restore her life, but this parliament can ensure that her life is not meaningless. Pan-Africanism cannot remain a slogan. It must mean that an African is protected wherever they live on this continent. The borders may remain on our maps, but hatred must not remain in our hearts. Tabeth's death demands not revenge, it demands justice, accountability, and Africa.
Shukran.
Thank you. Honorable Dr. Kiteriga Kobotswan Luango from Botswana, you have the floor.
Yeah, my name is Kistela Robotswa, Mr. President, and I suggested that I want to yield my 2 minutes to the South Africans. Tuli, thank you.
Shukran.
Thank you. And now let me move to Honorable Tafanana Zoho from Zimbabwe. You have the floor, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to thank Honorable Mkatana from Kenya for raising this motion. I want to first commend our President of South Africa on addressing this issue, on our official opening of our parliament, and on the SONA where he condemned vigilant justice and deployed security forces while officially rejecting this systemic xenophobia and attributing deaths. Mr. President, permit me to begin with a story that should trouble the conscience of every African. A Zimbabwean national, Mr. Jeremiah Madondo, who has legally lived and worked in South Africa since 1998, over 2 decades, was recently shot 6 times after allegedly becoming the target of individuals who sought to seize his property. Mr. Madondo was not an undocumented migrant. He was not a criminal. He was a law-abiding resident who had invested decades of his life contributing to the South African economy. His ordeal illustrates a disturbing reality. What began as public frustration ostensibly directed at illegal immigration is slowly mutilating into shameless violence against foreign nationals. Whether documented or undocumented, and in some instances appears to be driven.
Shukran.
Thank you. Let me go to Honorable Abdullah Baraka Ibrahim min Djibouti, from Djibouti.
Thank you, Mr. President. We would like to second this motion. African citizens are facing violence in South Africa, which could have many origins, such as populist actors and political actors during elections period. We should not forget the fact that Africa is equally facing diplomatic challenges. After the bold stance of South Africa against genocide in West Bank and Gaza, also, South Africa was boycotted in 2025 by the US during the G20 summits. And for the upcoming G20, South Africa will not attend this summit in Miami, which will be the 21st summit of the G20. So such are the challenges that South Africa is facing. We are highly tempted to equally make other sanctions on South Africa. I suggest that South Africa collaborates with ambassadors, member countries of the African Union, in order to find solutions to this situation, that is that of illegal migrants and also other Africans living legally in South Africa. Thank you.
Honorable Tabiso Likitala, you have from Lesotho, you have the floor.
Not in the chamber.
Maali, Honorable Senator Alphonse Legui Kasanji. From DRC, you have the floor.
Maali,
Honorable Abdurrahim Brema Hamid, Brema Abdurrahim Brema Hamid Minchata.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. I would like to give my 2 minutes to Professor Robert Kili, and I would equally like to second the 2 previous motions. Thank you.
Honorable colleagues, members of the Pan-African Parliament, I opened and allowed myself to give one of the intervenants to allow another person to speak. And you know the rules of procedures of our sittings that will not allow this type of request because discussion is personal. And once we give the floor to somebody, that floor is given personal one. And therefore, we cannot move or open that door for giving this person some minutes from there here to there, and then our session will go into chaos. And therefore, please let us abide by the rules of procedures of our sittings. And whenever you have the floor, it is that is your own matter. Mabukito Kito, Honorable Mabukito Kito from Lesotho, you have the floor.
Honorable President, I rise to support the motion. Honorable President, we are one Africa. Our borders were thrown by colonizers, but our blood, culture, and destiny are the same. When an African is attacked in South Africa, it is an attack on all of us. Honorable President, let us be clear. We respect the Republic of South Africa as a sovereign state. Like all countries, South Africa has the right and duty to enforce its immigration laws and protect its citizens. However, what we must condone is the inhuman manner in which foreign nationals are being treated by protesters. Violence, looting, and attacks have no place in our Africa. South Africa must protect and promote the rights of all migrants within its borders, whether documented or undocumented. Human dignity is not determined by papers. The rule of law must apply to everyone. So, Honorable President, we must address misinformation. Africans are being turned against each other due to poverty and false narratives. We need public education and community dialogue to promote African unity. Honorable President.
Shukran, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me give the floor to Honorable Masamba Ting from Senegal.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Given that we just seconded the recent motion, so I'm going to give the floor to MP Ramon Faye.
Thank you, President Mas.
Shukran. Maali, Naib,
Honorable
Chair, honorable colleague, I just want to ask you 2 questions to South African government live here. I see there are young children, young kids boys and girls are African are not allowed to school in this country. I see it live. They turn them back, go back home. You are not welcome to this school because you are foreigner. I see pregnant women working to the hospital heavily and they turn back in South Africa. So we as a MPs, one voice, one Africa. Those voiceless that cannot reach here, how can we help them? Because we've seen this in life and we know who are doing this as a South African. They are not police, they are not immigration, they are not officers. They are just South Africans that are attacking fellow Africans. Mr. President, I see business being looted in this country, especially African businesses. Some people are looting this business. As I said, they are just marchers. They have their own problem, their issues with South African government, and they turn it to the African brothers. Mr. President, are we going to continue like this until when? Because this thing happened on 2005, he repeated 2015, he repeated 2019. 2016 up to 2026 today, people been killed because they are African. People that have been looted because they are African. Their business destroyed. Some children born here by Africans, they were not choose to born here. They were born here as they are South Africans. Now you have to punish them because their parents are African. They cannot get access to any education or any hospitality.
Shukran. Thank you. Let me take another decisive decision here. Please, no one is allowed to give the minutes given to him to another person. We want to control this situation. This is a matter that we want to control this session, and we have to abide by the rules of procedures of discussion, and we are not going to delegate anybody to speak on behalf of another one. Thank you.
On a point of order. Yeah, on the point of order, Mr. President, this is Mtumise Ntuli, a member of parliament from the Republic of South Africa. Mr. President, I think it's important that we must ask you to be consistent. At the beginning, there were 2, if not 3, members of parliament who donated their minutes up to a quantum of about 8, if not 10 minutes to one member. And you allow that to proceed. After that, a few other people...
Wait. Just we'll give you your time to discuss, because I made this decision before this, so don't worry. We'll give you enough time for you to make your point after the final decision, and not about what I said. I just want to steer this session. Thank you.
معالي السيد جيري ويليامز سوفا.
Honorable Jerry Williams Sofa, you have the floor.
President, I support both motions. I'm deeply concerned by the escalating incident of Afrophobia directed against African migrants and compatriots in the Republic of South Africa. These acts of hostility, violence, discrimination, and exclusion are not only attacked on individuals, they are attacked on the very ideal upon which our African Union and Pan-African solidarity are founded. Africa's strength lies in its unity, shared history, and collective struggle against oppression. It is therefore deeply troubling to witness fellow Africans being targeted simply because of their nationality, language, or origin. Such action undermines social cohesion, damage regional integration, and erode the spirit of African brotherhood that our forebears fought so hard to establish. While we acknowledge the socio-economic challenges faced by many communities, including unemployment, poverty, and inequality. These challenges must never be used to justify violence, hatred, or discrimination against fellow Africans. The solution to economic hardship lies in exclusive development, job creation, and stronger governance, not in blaming vulnerable
you. Ashkurok, thank you. Honorable Tugaribi from Zimbabwe, you have the floor. Honorable Tugaribi, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I rise to take note of the two motions and what they seek to raise about the xenophobic attack in South Africa. My main area that I want to discuss is that the xenophobic attack is not perpetrated by the government of South Africa, but by individuals and groups that may have their own opinion. And the South African government is on record trying to deal with these issues. I therefore request that Pan-African Parliament, African governments, AU come together to work with the South African government to assist in resolving this issue. I pray that we don't blame anybody at this stage, but find a solution together as Africans so that we live mutually. Where we have criminality, we urge the South African government with our help to deal with that criminality so that we also protect the interest of the people of South Africa as well as the interest of the people of Africa. We are one Africa. We need to educate our population to know that we are one people. We should not fight among ourselves, but this issue needs all of us, PAP, AU, African governments, together with the government of South Africa to deal with this issue. It's not good for the image of Africa. It's not good for posterity. We need to deal with it as Africans. I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for acknowledging me. It's a pity that my speech will last just 2 minutes. I would like to set an example, to quote an example rather, for 40 years ago, in a little city, small city, in Akonolinga, we had African refugees. We hosted people who faced a lot of challenges. So how do you think these people will now turn into aggressors while they were assaulted for centuries? I'm not going to go in depth into this debate, but I would just like to call on your attention. I've seen, that where is the rainbow that led to the rising up of these people? Africans should feel happy here in South Africa because they contributed to the construction of South Africa. So how can they avoid coming to South Africa when they were here before? Thank you, Mr. President.
Shukran. Thank you, Honorable Professor, Chair of the Committee on Finance and thank you, Honorable President. You started by by allowing the people to give their 2 minutes to other people. When I gave my 2 minutes to the professor here, I know because he is having the experience, but you didn't allow me. I here beg you to give him my 2 minutes to complete his idea. Thank you. Okay, Professor Nkilili, you have the floor. Please continue. chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, because I already decided that, but now what he requests is a reality. Let me give him the floor.
J'ai dit, je voulais faire.
Thank you. I have a motion to put. Dr. Nansonda already taught us on this topic. This is not the first time that we are holding this event. It's a constant event. So what do we do? I think we need to, rather the Pan-African Parliament needs to collaborate with South Africa as they already started in 2019, I think so. We need to carry on this line because it's an issue of conscience. These people were actually traumatized for centuries. It's worth mentioning. So they need our help in order to maybe find their way out. So this is just a permanent job we need to do, just like in church, to say the same prayer every morning. So we need to make them understand that if South Africa exists, it's actually because all Africans were born here. So these Africans are their brothers. They can never be their enemies. It's not possible. They need to understand it. So I think they need to be educated on this. We need their conscience to be maybe changed. And I call on the Pan-African Parliament to help us in this line, given that we received friends from the South African governments. The second motion is that, or the second thing I will say is that this topic is just so important that we need maybe to hold another session on this.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity. I truly support the motion. It's true we have to respect the sovereignty of South Africa, but we condemn the criminality which some of the Africans are doing to the Africans. Like in my government, Lesotho is enclaved in South Africa. There is nowhere we can go without going to South Africa. And most of the Basotho, they do work in South Africa. Some of the South African people are working in Lesotho. And actually, what our government did during this pandemic crisis, it hired the buses to take all the Basotho in all the provinces in South Africa to go back to Lesotho and do the right documentations. And that has been successful. And I hope most of the Basotho who didn't have the right documents to live in South Africa are back right now in South Africa. Truly, I support the motion. And I think for we as Africans, it's a wake-up call that we should stop misusing our minerals and giving them to the foreign people, and so that we improve and we try to build up our economies so that our dependence will not be only on South Africa. I thank you, Mr. President.
Shukran, thank you.
Honorable.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable President, for giving me the floor. I actually represent the DRC, and I would like to beg to take the 2 minutes which were given by my brother Alphonsus. Mr. President, the situation occurring in this country, Nazani, which is actually part of our Africa, it's beyond control. The people of Congo were actually very outraged after the notice that one of their boxers who lives here for some years now was burned alive in his house. This was actually very shameful. Mr. President or Honorable, it's true, we can be poor, we can be frustrated, but this should not account for Afrophobic acts, that is hatred against each other. A black man hating a black man. We could expect everything from this country that brought about African rebirth. So I would like to call on the Pan-African Parliament to make the South African government so that Afrophobic acts be considered as a crime against humanity in Africa. We cannot accept such a situation. It's unacceptable that political power loses its essence. When I listen to the Minister of Local Affairs, he talks about measures against illegal migration, but he doesn't talk about maybe punishing these terrorists who attack these blacks. When we talk about Ubuntu, this means African wisdom, which doesn't request that we attack a foreigner.
Thank you, Honorable Anthony Akol in Uganda.
Mr. President, before we came to this parliament, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Uganda gave us a report whereby 3 Ugandans were killed in South Africa. 1,130 Ugandans were evacuated from South Africa, and they were still in a camp where they were being cancelled. Mr. President, this actually goes against the 2063 agenda of the African Union. And the Africa we want, which is looking at integrated, peaceful, and prosperous continent where Africa can more freely conduct business, study, work, and live in mutual respect and security. Undermining the African citizen itself. I just learned from this house, yes, actually from the president of South Africa, that there is a word called Afrophobia. In a situation where Africans are hating fellow Africans, it is totally primitive. And to the words of itself, we are behaving not even like animals. Because at least animals, they know their sectors, that we are animals, maybe we are pigs, we have to be together, we are goats, we be together, we are what, we be together. But we are African, we cannot even decide to be together. This is totally wrong. I therefore think South Africa has National Action Plan 2019, which guards against this action and is not being implemented. We should not shy up to talk the truth about it. People who come to South Africa, it doesn't mean they don't have jobs in their country, because we have South African in Uganda. It doesn't mean Uganda is better than South Africa, but they have chosen to work in that country. We should allow Africans to be free and work in Africa without segregation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable من أوغندا. وأدعو مجددا Honorable Alimatu Badar.
Now we have Honorable Alimatu Badaru from Benin. Thank you, Mr. President, for acknowledging me. Honorable members of Parliament, I'd like to talk about the unheard. These are the Africans who work, hope, and raise their children, but who all of a sudden find themselves rejected due to their origins. I have a question. When does an African become an outsider on his own continent? The xenophobic attacks witnessed in South Africa is an attack to all Africans. This affects lives, trades, and families, but also it hampers the idea of a united continent. Nelson Mandela has given us an essential lesson. No society can build itself on hate, exclusion, and revenge. He was one of the main fighters against apartheid and understands that injustice does not become allowed because the victim has changed. Members of Parliament from South Africa, the women of South Africa, the political parties like the ANC, and the elders of the South African community needs to stand up and talk. The Pan-African Parliament also needs to intervene. The Pan-African Parliament is currently headquartered in South Africa, but I hope at some point we shall not be asked to leave. Rest assured, Benin, a land of hospitality, is more than willing to host this institution. Mr. President, I feel lost and I don't feel safe and Benin sent me as a representative because I have to fulfill my duties, but I did not feel safe coming over. Thank you.
النائب أليماتو من بنين وأدعو Honorable البروفيسور.
Thank you, Honorable Alimatu. Now we'll have Professor Gary Sakata from the DRC. Mr. President, thank you for giving me the floor. Beyond what we have witnessed in the violent attacks, we also need to address this from the roots. I shall be talking about the unspoken and the less obvious. These attacks are very similar to those which happened in the 17th, 18th, and 19th century and led to the colonization of the African continent. It started with weakening the roots in order to better grasp the land. The authors of this start with internal conflicts among Africans, and they use these cynical ways which follow the divide and rule policy. Such violent attacks are a threat to African Union, and this is just the start of it. We need to better understand the next targets. After Africans, this shall be an attack on other groups of color, and they shall lead to mutual killings following tribes and other characteristics. These are going to tarnish the image of the South African community, and it shall go beyond the borders of the country. At the end of it, we shall have a country turned to ashes. This could lead to a continent which is divided, and for this reason, I would like to make a recommendation, or rather a motion. Humanitarian aid, emergency aid should be provided to refugees by providing shelter, water, health services, and control speech on social media. Thank you.
شكرا بروفيسور. وأدعو معالي السيد جون روكو.
Now we shall have Honorable Said.
Apoyamos en su totalidad estas dos mociones aquí hoy, porque es de mucho dolor no apoyarlas, y condenamos en su totalidad estos actos de xenofobia, afrofobia ocurridos aquí en un país africano. No.
Yes, there is translation. Yes, there is translation. Yes, it's okay. I was telling Mr. President for having given me the floor and to the members of the table as well. And we are totally giving the support to these motions that have presented today. We are condemning in its totality, completely, these actions of xenophobia, Afrophobia that have occurred here in South Africa. And really, these are situations that should never occur in an African country, because it could then be happening as well in another country. Here, what has occurred, they're saying, is because people were not legally here. But I was asking myself, one thing they could maybe, how can an illegal person can have a supermarket in a country or a factory in a country? Can one that is illegal have a restaurant in a country? And one who is illegal, how can they have infrastructure in this country? And they have suffered, they have been victims, and we present our solidarity of all of those that have lost their lives, of all of those that have lost the economic situation, supporting this country, and they have never taken this into account. In this moment, we would like to request
Thank you very much. I'd now like to invite Honorable Fabi Agipsi from Nigeria.
أدعو معالي النائب.
Next, I'll invite Honorable Likiba Shembidu Bada from Malawi.
I would like to thank my colleagues for bringing this motion. Mr. President, we have heard the President of South Africa condemning the acts. We have heard the Secretary General of the ruling party in South Africa condemning the acts. We have heard the President of EFF condemning the acts. We have heard some political parties in South Africa supporting the acts. Mr. President, every time when there are elections in South Africa, some political parties take opportunity to bring these divisions and to bring xenophobic attacks on African citizens. Mr. President, why is this not happening to Chinese, Indians, and everyone? Why is it only happening to people that have black color? Mr. President, there are so many questions. And Mr. President, why is there hate only for Africans? And why is it that there's blame game? Everybody says, I'm doing this, and property is being grabbed, criminality is being promoted, people are being killed. We have lost so many Malawians. Women have given birth in their camps. So many children have been displaced. Mr. President, it's time we move with action, not only words. The South African government knows who are doing this. There are people who organize marches, and these people are the ones leading and displacing everyone. And there's nothing happening on these people. What we would like to ask the South African government is to make sure that everyone who is doing this must be taken to book, and they must stop the blame game. Let us save our people, let us save our women, let us save our children. It's time to do that. And anyone who wants vote cannot be given because you are hating your fellow African. We
Thank you very much, Honorable. I'll now call on Honorable Run Nakudu Dungu from Cameroon. He's absent. I'll now call on Honorable Salahu Solungu from the Gambia.
Your Excellency, my heart is heavy. The continent is at a crisis. It's just like a wildfire during Hamatan. Today is South Africa, it might move to other country. Because if we should live by the principle what goes around comes around, if South Africans are not entertaining African citizens in their country, what of those citizens of South Africa who are living elsewhere? So who is safe now? Nobody is safe in the continent. How will our forefathers, Nkrumah, Bendela, Jomo Kenyatta, Samora Mosa, who died mysteriously, people are now saying he died because of the cause of South Africa. How will they feel in their grief? How many people spend their resources for the liberation of South Africa? We see South Africa has the last hope of the continent. That's why people are moving. So we want the president of the Republic, Ramaphosa, not to stop at condemnation, but action must be taken. The perpetrators must be brought before justice. The perpetrators are living here, they know them, let this problem be solved. Or let AU, African Union, take action now. Our country, our continent is at a crossroad. This is a very serious matter. If the problem is not solved, even it can have effect on the triple effect on Pan-African Parliament. Attendance will be low because my mother, my father is not comfortable of my coming. Your father or your wife is not comfortable of your coming. Let's discuss this matter. Thank you.
شكرا معالي النائب سليمان.
Thank you, Honorable. I'll give the floor to Honorable Sarano Rujumu Mahomi from Uganda.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support the motion. I thank my chair of the Women Caucus. A lot was said by her. But, Mr. President, women escape from different countries due to different reasons, like gender-based violence, escape from war, poverty. They cross borders for survival. Many are breadwinners to their families. What hurts mostly is seeing a pregnant woman being denied access to medication. That one makes our hearts bleed as women. Mr. President, no woman should die giving birth because of her nationality. Some women were repatriated, leaving their kids behind. That is very sad. Mr. President, Uganda hosts over 1.7 refugees. If countries with fewer resources can host refugees, why can't South Africa protect Africans? Mr. President, we cannot fight for our independence and then turn and fight our own brothers and sisters. As Pan-African Parliament, we should come out and condemn this. Thank you very much, and I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable from Uganda. I'll now invite Honorable Marie-Thérèse Wengu from Congo. Thank you, Your Excellency, for the floor. I'd like to support this motion and commend the colleague from the West African Caucus. Excellency, the violent attacks in South Africa can in no way contribute to African unity. No country grows in isolation only thanks to its citizens. Before, those who feared these attacks were those without papers. However, nowadays, even those with a legal status in the country contributing in one way or another to the economic growth of the country still live in fear. I am an example of this. I have children studying in this country since 2016. Out of 6 of my children, 3 have completed their higher studies and gone back to their country of origin. But with the recent attacks, out of fear, I took my youngest child, 12 years old, and took her back to our country for fear of being a victim of these attacks. Beyond the attacks, having a study visa in South Africa is now more and more challenging. Excellency, I have South African friends living in my country, in Lubumbashi specifically, and go about their daily activities and work unhindered. I'll therefore call on the African Union to work as an instrument for unity, put an end to these violent acts, because these could escalate and not contribute to peace and unity on our continent. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable. I'll now call on Honorable Swaibu Toure from the Gambia.
Very much, Honorable Mr. President. Honorable Mr. President, the dream of African integration will never be realized as long as we allowed colonial-era borders to divide us. We should use these borders to unite us, not to divide us. Honorable President, let us learn from best practices from other continents like Europe, where EU citizens can live and work in all European countries as they like. Honorable Mr. President, I believe the people engaged in these actions have misplaced their priorities. They are transferring aggression to the wrong people. It has been said to us by the President here that it is not the migrants that cause unemployment, that cause the difficulties in South Africa, but it is unemployment as well as other matters that cause it. So therefore, it's not the migrants. So to go ahead and attack migrants is inhuman. And as it has already been said, the people who are doing this march are groups. They are organized groups and they are known by the state. So the state should go after them to ensure that they don't continue this to reoccur again anytime in this country. And therefore, it is our responsibility as the Pan-African Parliament, we are the voice and conscience of Africa. We should stand very firm to ensure that we deal with the South African government, we deal with SADC, we deal with the AU to ensure that these occurrences do not happen again on the African continent. Let's continue to create early warning systems to ensure that any time there is a scenario like this,
شكرا معالي النائب من غامبيا.
Thank you very much, Honorable. From the Gambia, I'll now invite Honorable Samafa Muhammad from Somalia.
Thanks, my Presidency. My name is Zamzam Muhammad Omar. I'm from Parliament of Somalia. As we discuss peace and security in Africa, I would like to express my concern about the recent condition and attacks in South Africa. Many society people, including Somalia national, have lost their lives, their business, and their sense of safety. This is painful because Africa is our common home and every African deserves to live and work in peace, regardless of nationality. A respectful call on the relevant authority to stand to protection of all community, ensure justice for victims, and hold those responsible and accountable. As a Pan-African Parliament, let us continue to promote peace, unity, and the protection of human dignity across our contact. Thank you, my President.
شكرا معالي النائب.
Thank you very much, Honorable from Somalia. I'll now call on Honorable Morgan Shiti from South Africa.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, members of Parliament, the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa welcomes the opportunity to contribute on the debate that our country is grappling with, the issue of ongoing protests against illegal migrants. This challenge is not only unique to the Republic of South Africa, but is a continental and global challenge. Your Excellencies, like many developing countries, the South African economy is not growing at the rate it should grow to meet citizens' expectations. In fact, the economic stagnation that the developing countries like ours are confronted with has led to some sister countries like Ghana to pass laws such as Ghana Investment Promotion Center Act, which reserves certain economic activities for Ghanaians and Ghanaian-owned enterprises. Yet those citizens come to South Africa to engage in the same business activities that is exclusively reserved for them in their own country. Like Ghana, South Africa has a responsibility to protect the economic interests of its citizens. Is the term xenophobic or Afrophobia reserved for South Africa alone? Many Africans come to our country because South Africa provides hope for better tomorrow to many African brothers and sisters. However, it can't be our responsibility alone to provide solutions to all the hardships confronting the African continent. Moreover, we have many soccer players from our sister countries playing for South African teams in our league. The academic sector is dominated by academics from our continent. There are no issues with these professionals because they are here legally. Despite this, the government Thank you. Despite this, the government of the Republic of South Africa does not support any violence and intimidation directed to our fellow South African brothers and sisters, despite the legal status in this country. The law enforcement agencies of our country are alert, vigilant, and capable of dealing with this challenge. Your Excellency, Mr. President, the Constitution of our country allows citizens to engage in peaceful protests against anything that they might not be happy with. This right is also enjoyed by our fellow African citizens residing in this country despite their legal status. It is for this reason that we have several civil society organizations embarking on protests to express their unhappiness about the issues of illegal immigrants in this country. If truth be told, Mr. President, except for a few incidents, most of the protesters have been legally peaceful. This includes hundreds of protests on the 30th of June, which was set to be deadline date for the illegal immigrants in this country. The government of the Republic of South Africa deployed its resources to ensure that all protesters were conducted peacefully in accordance with the constitution processes.
No.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, honorable members of Parliament, as I conclude,
هدوء في القاعة. أعطيت وقت إضافي لأننا التزمنا قبل.
Excuse. I have given him additional time.
For the past 3 weeks, fellow honorable members have been hosted in Johannesburg, South Africa, and not a single day, whether in committees or plenaries, have we heard concerns raised about their safety, intimidation, or victimization of our fellow brothers and sisters from neighboring countries. The current challenges, like all the other challenges that confronted us in the past, will surely pass. I must hasten to add that this House failed to heed the advice of the former Pan African Parliament President, Honorable Roger Nkodo, to allow South Africa to make a presentation before this House debated this morning.
شكرا.
Thank you very much. Order, please. This is a humanitarian issue. It is of crucial importance, and we need to listen and pay attention to the speakers. Let's try to pay attention to these matters which have pertaining to human rights and the treatment of humanities. It is actually our duty to listen keenly and exercise a lot of wisdom in order to arrive at solutions. At the end of the day, you are the ones taking the recommendations, so we need to be fair and respectful towards one another. I have been clear. I gave the floor to members of parliament, and prior to that, I informed that those who were to take the floor had the same amount of time allocated, which is 2 minutes. I added 2 extra minutes to the colleague from South Africa, and this is because there was a request before he took the floor. The additional minutes were given by another member of parliament. So I am trying to be as fair and equal as possible to uphold the image of the parliament and ensure fair treatment for all members of parliament. I'll now call on the Honorable from Malawi, Honorable Chabingu Badu.
طيب أدعو النائب معالي السيناتور عمرو.
I'll call on Senator Amron Mohammed from Algeria. In the name of God, the most merciful, Mr. President, I have 3 remarks or comments on the motion. We'll first like to say we are against all the attacks based on gender or ethnicity. Xenophobia shouldn't find its place in South Africa. Also, the parliament should feel free to discuss all issues relating to the lives of the African people. More so, when we are debating such matters which are very sensitive, we need to have more time to address this. We are here on the condemnation of an aspect. It is a political and legal concept which requires a given procedure. Condemnation also requires prior investigation, transparent investigations by the Pan-African Parliament. Given that reports do not have any statistical data or any report from the United Nations or any other institution, We therefore go against all sorts of killings and xenophobic attacks. However, we are a parliamentary institution, and it is our duty to be as objective as possible when taking certain decisions. There is a need for room to discuss and understand the matter at hand, understanding all the aspects of it before we go forth with condemnation. Thirdly, we have listened to the President of the Republic of South Africa, and he assured us that some measures were going to be taken. Thank you, Honorable Ambrun from Algeria. I'll now give the floor to Honorable Olivia Tinikolalo from Namibia.
Honorable President, thank you very much for the floor. As I rise to make my maiden contribution this August house, I do so in the true spirit of Ubuntu. Firstly, allow me to commend His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa for the assurance he gave this Parliament on Monday that the government of South Africa has taken a firm stance against any form of intimidation or violence directed at foreign nationals. Such leadership sends a clear message that violence and hatred have no place in our societies. The challenge of migration is not the responsibility of one country alone. It is a continental issue that requires a continental response. As African states, we share a collective responsibility to address the root causes of irregularity or irregular migration, including conflicts, unemployment, poverty, inequality, and limited economic opportunities, while advancing regional integration and inclusive development. Honorable members, let us commit to end Africa where unity prevails over division, differences are resolved peacefully, and every African is afforded dignity.
Thank you, Honorable. I now call upon Honorable Mbo from Gambia.
Thank you very much, Honorable President, for giving me the floor. It is a very sad day in the Pan-African Parliament when we, who are the representative of the African people, stand to talk about the violence against our own people. It is very sad. I've been here for 9 years, and this is the second time we have such a conversation in this Parliament, all because of Africa fighting against Africa. Where exactly are we going to? Honorable Speaker, I remember in my university days in the United States, my calculus teacher, Dr. Manare, an excellent human being, was South African. Today, my daughter working in the United States, a citizen, is working also with 2 South Africans also as co-workers. That tells you something very clear, that the world comprises of different nationalities from different across the board. Remember also in Mali, when you go in the mines, you go to Ghana in the mines, we have a lot of our own brothers who are South Africans. Honorable Speaker, we need to remember this. There is no particular country in this world where you can stand and say, only my citizens are in this country. And I respect the laws of every single country. I respect that. But equally, we must treat our own brothers, not only Africans, but we must treat our own human beings as human beings. But governments have a responsibility. You cannot stand and watch ordinary citizens on the streets asking somebody, let me have your ID. Is that the responsibility of an ordinary person? Somebody has been paid to do that. So let's work together to ensure we stamp this out of this Africa, because it doesn't take us anywhere. It only takes us backwards. Africa is meant for the Africans. So let's work together and let's stand on one another and just stop what's happening in South Africa here, because it's not the benefit of the African people. It's against our own development, our own.
Thank you, Honorable Member Mbo, and then I now call upon Honorable Maryam Mohammed from the Sahrawi Republic. Good afternoon, Honorable President, honorable members. Thank you for giving me the floor. Firstly, we would like to express our solidarity with all victims of the violence and hatred, and we want to stress or affirm our rejection to any kind of violence and discrimination against any African. But I'm here as my duty, and as a member of the Pan-African Parliament and a member of the Rules Committee, my duties and responsibility, and to draw your attention to a matter that should be considered. The practical measures to deal with the recommendations or with the motions as indicated by previous speakers must go through phases. Firstly, to submit the motion to the Bureau and the Secretariat, and this is according to the rules of procedure to the Pan-African Parliament, and we cannot surpass it. And secondly, to refer it to the competent committee, to the Rules Committee, and that has not happened. And also to present and debate, then to vote and adopt. Those are 5 phases for the motions. Therefore, fulfilling those requirements, not fulfilling the requirements will question our work. I also want to draw your attention that this matter requires discussions with the relevant country and also relevant bodies in the African Union for the political consequences that might arise, and also insufficient of evidence and facts, because we can't give instructions or directions to South Africa or any other country, and we must have a balance in presenting the facts. And I request that motion needs to be more debated to fulfill all the requirements. Thank you, Honorable Maryam. I now call upon Honorable Mademesen Ntule from South Africa.
Mr. President. Mr. President, before I commence my intervention, can I confirm how much time do I have so that I don't get bullied when my time is not finished?
You have 4 minutes. You have 4 minutes.
Once again, good afternoon to you and good afternoon to all honorable members. Mr. President, first and foremost, I just want to state categorically that South Africans are not xenophobic. This is a narrative. It is not a proven fact or a truth, and we'll explain that. Secondly, and I must indicate that as I speak to you here, I'm speaking to you as fellow Africans, but also as a Pan-Africanist myself. During the meeting of the AU Executive Council in Addis Ababa a few weeks ago, some of you may be aware that the Republic of Ghana made a proposal that this matter must be placed on the agenda of the AU summit later this year. A proposal that was correctly opposed and objected by both South Africa and Zimbabwe. Our ministers in the SADC region support South Africa's effort and are working together with us to find a solution to this problem. We must be careful as members of parliament not to make statements in this house which can further divide Africans, while we are claiming to be acting in the best interest of our countries and the African continent. The first of the so-called xenophobic attack, which took place in 2008, Those of you who are familiar with that, not those who are focusing on the narrative, will know that this was targeted only on Zimbabweans. And the intelligence in our country conducted work and the report was produced. One of the things that was in that report, which has never been challenged by anyone, was that there was an intervention because in Zimbabwe in 2008 was going to be a presidential elections. There was an intervention, among other things, by Zimbabweans, particularly who were supporting the opposition, Tsvangarai. And they were intervening to push away Zimbabweans were in South Africa, hoping that they left Zimbabwe because they are not happy with ZANU-PF. And if they go home, they are going to vote for ZANU-PF, which was not necessarily a matter that we've been paying attention to. I think, Mr. President, we need to understand the nature of the problem we're dealing with. This is an economic crisis. We must condemn those who are killing fellow Africans, and we must arrest them. We must also encourage our fellow Africans to do something to intervene to deal with the economic conditions in the region and the rest of the continent. It cannot be sustainable that people must move from one country to another country, and we see that as a permanent feature of our situation in the continent. As South Africans, we are very determined to ensure that those who are involved in this act of criminality and vigilantism are hunted down by the state and arrested. But we expect as well the fellow Africans not only to stand up and condemn South Africa, but to equally say, what am I doing on behalf of my country and government to mitigate against the impact of massive people who are undocumented and are migrating from their respective countries to the Republic of South Africa? We have to work together on this issue. That is why the SADC region of ministers has agreed that they are supporting South Africa's effort, because they've understood that it's not enough to condemn South Africans. Maybe as members of parliament we may have that liberty, but as government we have a duty that transcends beyond making statement in parliament. What are we going to do to ensure that this problem is resolved? I can give you a guarantee, Mr. President. Those who are involved in this xenophobic attack, some of them have already been arrested. Others will still be arrested. But are not xenophobic. Thanks.
شكرا.
Thank you, Honorable from South Africa. And the last speaker, the Honorable Senator, Deputy, the second Vice President in the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President. I was undecided as to whether to speak today, but I think that my hand has been forced. Mr. President, thank you for the opportunity, and I'd like to commend all the members of this House who have relit the flame of Pan-Africanism. Today, members of this House have given voice to the masses of people who have no one to speak for them, or advocate for them, or protect them. Today, the members of PAP have shown courage and have demonstrated moral obligation to speak up for the people whose human rights were abused and whose lives were taken. If you look at the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, it's there. That each state party to the present covenant undertakes to respect and ensure all individuals within its territory and subject to its jurisdiction the rights recognized in the present covenant without distinction of any kind, such as race, color, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, national or social origin, property, birth, or other status. The Universal Declaration on Human Rights consists of 30 articles, including the right to life, liberty and personal security, freedom from torture and degrading treatment. Mr. Speaker, I beg your pardon, Mr. President, I believe that all the members in this House are speaking with one voice. We must distinguish between criminality and policies to support countries' citizens. Every member here has spoken in support of the sovereignty of the Republic of South Africa, and no one has pointed fingers at the state. However, The members here are the voices of millions of Africans across the continent and have condemned the criminality and are simply requesting that the government of South Africa take further steps to ensure law and order and the protection of fundamental human rights as stated in the Maputo Protocol, to which South Africa has ratified and is a signatory. I would like to end this by saying that as Africans, we must not allow elements within or without to take advantage of sentiments to push their own agenda, which will only result in a lose-lose for all of us. I thank you, Mr. President.
سقط سهوا.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, the Honorable MBC from Nigeria, you have the floor. Honorable Abisi from Nigeria.
President, I rise this afternoon with pains in my heart and what citizens of Nigeria who have contributed immensely to the growth and development of this great nation, South Africa, have passed through. Mr. President, just about 48 hours after arriving here in Johannesburg, a citizen of our country was caught and killed in broad daylight. While that was taking place, members of the South African police force were watching. The narrative has so far changed after that moment to say the gentleman who was killed was holding a gun. I think this is not just an affront, this is not just criminality, but to put it lightly, that it is an act of war crime. I rise on behalf of our country to demand that those who have perpetrated that act should be brought to justice and appropriate compensation paid not just only to him and his family and every other person that has been killed in South Africa. I so submit, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
شكرا.
Thank you, Honorable from Nigeria. We just missed your name by mistake in the list, and I now give the floor to the to Madam Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament to verify the and confirm the quorum, and also to present a summary of all the recommendations and the debate, with matching it with the rules of procedure before we submit it or present it to adopt it according to the rules of procedures. First, we need to verify the quorum.
Honorable President,
111.
it's 111 in the chamber, so a quorum is met.
In accordance with the rules of procedure of the Pan-African Parliament, we have recorded 111 member, and the quorum requires 108 honorable member. Therefore, we can move forward with presenting the recommendations, and I would like to tell honorable members that yesterday we couldn't adopt the draft report of the Committee on Financial and Monetary Affairs regarding the budget of the Pan-African Parliament 2026-2027, and we will adopt it in this session, and as well as the report about the assessment mission on implementing the guided trade initiative submitted by presented by the Committee on Trade, and also the report about the participation of the Women Caucus in the in the organization of this on the state of women, and also to eliminate to ratify the convention on eliminating all violence against women and children, and also the presentation of the workshop of the African Center for Education of the Girls and Women, and the Organization of African First Ladies for the Development. And those are all reports we will present after we have a summary of all recommendations and the debate and the presentation on the attacks in South Africa, as we listen to. That will be presented by the Madam Clerk, and then we move forward to adopt the resolutions one after another. And this is just a reminder. Yesterday, we discussed or debated on all reports, but because the quorum was not reached, we have postponed the adoption. So we will adopt those reports in this session. Madam Clerk, you have the floor to present the recommendations.
Okay. Honorable President, after the debate in the chamber, the following motion is proposed, which merges the two motions that were presented earlier, as follows. This document has been circulated to honorable members, and I will read it verbatim for adoption. It is entitled Merged Motion, urging the Republic of South Africa to strengthen measures to prevent and eliminate xenophobic and Afrophobic violence against African nationals residing in its territory. After a preamble, the following is the operative section. Now,
Aside the
therefore,
raise, we don't have the motion that is being read. Where is the resolution?
Finished, yes.
we will ask the ushers to circulate it. As some members have it, it was made available at the front desk, but ushers, if you could quickly circulate. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pan-African Parliament, 1, strongly condemns all forms of xenophobic and Afrophobic violence, hate speech, incitement, intimidation, looting, destruction of property, and discrimination directed against nationals of other African Union member states residing in South Africa. 2, urges the government of the Republic of South Africa to intensify all necessary legislative, administrative, policing, and community-based measures to prevent and eliminate xenophobic and Afrophobic violence and discrimination against nationals of other African Union member states. 3, calls upon the government of South Africa to ensure that all perpetrators of xenophobic and Afrophobic violence, incitement, hate speech, looting, destruction of property, and related criminal acts are investigated, prosecuted, and punished in accordance with the law without fear or favor. 4, establishes and deploys a parliamentary fact-finding and monitoring mechanism to assess the scale, causes, and consequences of the recent xenophobic and Afrophobic attacks in South Africa, and to submit recommendations for consideration by the plenary at the next ordinary session. 5, urges the Republic of South Africa to conduct public education and awareness campaigns on Pan-Africanism, social cohesion, peaceful coexistence, tolerance, and respect for the dignity of all African migrants within South Africa, while actively countering misinformation and migrant scapegoating narratives. 6, calls for strengthened early warning and rapid response mechanisms involving national, provincial, and local authorities to identify and de-escalate tensions before they result in violence. 7, encourages closer collaboration between the government of South Africa, African diplomatic missions, civil society organizations, religious institutions, traditional leaders, educational institutions, the media, youth organizations, and business associations to promote dialogue and peaceful coexistence and to reject inflammatory rhetoric capable of inciting hatred against foreign nationals. 8, requests improved protection and support services for victims of xenophobic and Afrophobic violence, including emergency assistance, legal aid, medical care, psychosocial support, and access to justice. 9, calls upon member states of the African Union to continue cooperating with South Africa in addressing migration challenges through lawful migration systems, labor cooperation, border management, intelligence sharing, and joint efforts against organized crime and human trafficking, while fully respecting the human rights and dignity of migrants. 10, collaborates with the African Union Commission and other relevant African Union institutions to support South Africa and other member states in developing a continental framework for the prevention of xenophobia, Afrophobia, hate crimes, and discrimination against African and other foreign nationals. 11, requests the relevant committees of the Pan-African Parliament, particularly those responsible for justice and human rights, cooperation, international relations, and conflict resolution, as well as gender, family, youth, persons with disability, to jointly undertake periodic oversight engagements with the government of South Africa and submit reports on progress made. 12, calls upon the government of South Africa to strengthen implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement by ratifying the protocol on free movement of persons to ensure that traders, entrepreneurs, professionals, students, and workers from across Africa are able to conduct their lawful activities in a safe and secure environment. 13, encourages the establishment of an annual Pan-African Social Cohesion Forum hosted in South Africa to promote dialogue, intercultural understanding, youth engagement, and ideals of African unity. 14, requests the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament to transmit the proposed resolution to 1, the President of the Republic of South Africa, 2, the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, 3, the African Union Assembly of Heads of State and Government, 4, the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, 5, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, 6, the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, 7, the Regional Economic Communities, and 8, all African Union member states. I submit.
شكرا.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for presenting the recommendations with regards to the debate of the two motions. And after verification of the quorum in accordance with the rules of procedure regulating the functions and the work of the Pan-African Parliament, I present this motion before the honorable colleagues, honorable members of the Parliament, to adopt according to the rules of procedure of the Pan-African Parliament.
I thought that it's important for us as South Africans to make two observations. The first one is that we would have liked to have an opportunity to make a contribution on the text of the motion as was read. The second one is that we do not support the proposal of this Pan-African Parliament deciding that it is going to embark on a fact-finding mission in South Africa on a matter that is already on the agenda of the AU Executive Council, and there's a position adopted at that level. So as South Africans, we don't support that aspect of the resolution. Thanks.
هل هناك ملاحظة أخرى؟
Is there any other observation?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for allowing me to take the floor. Mr. President, I have listened carefully to the information that the honorable colleague from South Africa has raised. And it's a valid thing. In every motion, in every debate, there are those who support, there are those who oppose, there are those who abstain. But a motion is carried by the majority of the people within the chamber. So, Mr. President, I just propose that now that you have put the question and we have carried, the majority have carried, we should close this matter and proceed to the next item on agenda. Thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable President Roger, you have the floor.
Your President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I might probably not be in sync with the states that we are, but I was hoping that you would indulge me to probably just point out very salient features of the discussions that we had, probably briefly, because I would feel that I am not doing justice to my presence in this chamber if I would not raise what is foremost in my mind. Now, Mr. President, honorable members, I reflected on why Africa right now, after so many years, is finding itself at the states that we are. I allowed myself to look at the Berlin Conference of 1884, where all this started. Africa used to be one, and because those people who conferred and came together at that stage, without the presence of the Africans, did what they did to our continent, intentionally so. And the manifestations of what they have planted then.
Point of order.
Yeah, well, that's why I asked for the indulgence of our very esteemed
Point of order. Point of order.
نحن انتهينا من المناقشات واستمعنا.
We were done with the election, the discussions. We have listened responsibly to all the observations. We have concluded the discussion about these two motions. We have listened to all, both of them, and we move now to the adoption of both of them. I only wanted to give the floor for those who would like to raise to say observations. Now I would like to request the Secretariat to record the vote with the reservations that have been expressed by some of the members of the Parliament. This decision will be sent to His Excellency, the Chair of the African Commission and the Chairperson of the African Union, in accordance with the rules and procedures of the Pan-African Parliament. Before that, we will exhaust everything that's there concerning the legality of the decisions and the recommendations or the outcome that we might reach in accordance with the procedures of the Pan-African Parliament. We are not doing business in an anarchy, and we are working according to what we are entitled to achieve. So just to go back to the order, I would like to record just if you have an observation.
Your Excellency, I have no consensus objection for us to take the stance that you have just advanced. But I think it's probably perfectly within my right as a member of this party to raise what I ask you to indulge me to raise, and I'm about to do that.
Honorable member.
Probably somewhere to say what I wanted to say.
Please, can you ask the question directly? Avoid to go into discussion. Do you have a particular question out of what have been discussed concerning the both reports? Now, if you have an extra observation, you don't have the right to do that.
Not very keenly, but I will respect the ruling of the President.
Thank you, honorable member. I didn't make a decision. I just applied the rules and procedures of the Parliament with due respect to everyone. Now, according to the agenda that we have today for this morning, we have in the agenda the discussion of all the reports that we had yesterday due to the first of all, we would like.
My apologies for interrupting you.
Thank you سيد الرئيس. أعتذر
Chairperson, is it possible for us to confirm the quorum? Because there is definitely not 111 people. And may I be protected? Chairperson, may I kindly be protected? Because when other people speak, none of us chirp. And this is the honorable house, and I expect members to act in an honorable manner. Can we kindly, Chairperson, due to the sensitivity of the report, get a physical hand count of the quorum that is present? Thank you.
شكرا. أنا Thank you. I gave the floor before we adopted the resolution or the motion, and I asked the clerk directly to confirm the quorum in full transparency. I haven't seen any intervention from any of the members who are attending against what has been said by the clerk. Therefore, we cannot go and revise some procedures that we have already exhausted. Thank you very much. So, but we will take into record your observation. I would like to ask, I will mention the report, the presentations that have been presented yesterday and that was not adopted yesterday due to the lack of quorum. First of all, there is the report of the Committee on Financial Affairs concerning the budget of the Pan-African Parliament for 2026-27 for the adoption. Secondly, I will present the report on the evaluation of the trade agreement and the mobilization of ratification of the Pan-African the African Union protocol on the mobility of persons for adoption as well. The report on the high-level dialogue of the Pan-African Parliament on the ratification of the African Union treaty on the prevention of violence against women. Fourthly, the report on the workshop of the AU CFA and together with the work of the First Ladies of Africa in order to be adopted. Therefore, I'm going to ask for the Chamber to adopt the 4 reports that presented yesterday in accordance with the Parliament rules of procedure. Are there any observations?
Mr. President, yesterday there was an issue about the role of CAPA in processing the monetary and financial report, and that was not resolved. Can you get the feedback on where we are on that one? Thank you, Mr. President.
The rapporteur of the Committee on Finance, please, you have the floor.
Mr. President, yesterday I had a meeting with the vice presidents, and I was tasked with the responsibility to meet with the clerk of CAPA to find out what the progress is. Because I reported yesterday that I was 2 days old and I had nothing to present as a report. But fortunately, I got a letter that was written to the president requesting that CAPA has not finished the work, therefore the report is not ready. And the vice chairperson wanted the report to be presented in the next session, whereby a pre-session oversight of the Committee of Audit and Public Accounts should be given opportunity to work and finalize. And this came about because of 2 issues. Number one, they wanted to interact with the secretariat staff for some issues coming from the internal audit, but unfortunately they were very busy with these sessions that is going on. Secondly, they did not interact with the external auditor, so they wanted that period so that they get ready. So that is briefly what I can say. Otherwise, I'm sorry, I'm just 3 days old in the office. Thank you very much.
Shukran. Thank you very much. I will give now the floor to Honorable Italy, the rapporteur of the Committee on Finance. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Excellency, the President, for giving me the floor. Mine it was just maybe an issue of clarity, Mr. President, that we are in the process of adopting the report on the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs, which is a separately independent committee from CAPA. I just want to find out the logic of wanting to bring the CAPA report, which is not available, to influence the adoption of the resolution of the report of the finance. So I was thinking that, President, maybe it will be good to separate the two, because after all, CAPA works after finance is concluded, because their process, they look after the audit, which is a byproduct of the work that is done by finance. Thank you, Mr. President.
Shukran. Thank you, Honorable Rapporteur of the Committee on Finance. So at the end of this session, I would like to remind my colleague, honorable members, that we have to adhere to the procedures of the session, especially those that are related to the honorable members or their opinions. Once again, I would like to reiterate my gratitude and my to the cooperation and to the ability of the honorable members to accept their opinions. We only work to be honest and responsible, to allow ourselves to raise the issues and the subjects that are of interest for the African continent. We don't want to take the prerogatives of other organs. We don't want to replace other organs or denounce any acts that we don't have the mandate to. We only take decisions and recommendations. We send them to the policy-making organs. We always do our best to adhere to the procedures in order to be able to make decisions that are respectful. We, at the end, we present the voice of Africa. We don't make a distinction or discrimination between any country or other. All African countries have its special place in the hearts of the Africans. We respect all the African organs, and we have the full confidence that those organs will respect the human rights, and they will respect as well the articles of the Charter of the African Union of Human Rights, and they will respect the mechanisms that are there to protect the human rights, and above all, the way that we should work in order to get us together and not to create anything that can separate us. So before I adjourn the session so we can have lunch, I would like to mention that we will have a session this afternoon through which we will look into the rest of the items of our agenda for today. We'll adjourn the session now according to the order of procedure for today. Have a good. Thank you very much.